Sorry, everybody, I forgot my meds. So I'm a bit disheveled at the moment. And by the way, I adore the new name, cinnamon roll. Definitely. Oh wait, we have a sticker for this now. It's not animated yet, but that's phenomenal. Which that reminds me that I still need to animate that sticker. Among other stickers. I have so many stickers that I need to animate still. Along with like coming up with a new sticker for um I connected like Throne to Twitch. Not that like I expect anyone to use it, but on the off chance that anyone does, I like to have custom gifts and whatnot. Uh, and thank you very much, Cinnamon Roll. Likewise. And good morning, milady. And as well, thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs to people and the bits. Also, good morning, Joa and Quietus. Had to scroll up there a bit. Lady Cinnamon Roll is proper. Sounds good. Uh, all right. So for those who weren't here yesterday, the plan for today, because we actually do have a plan for once. For once, we have a plan. As we ended in the middle of a project yesterday. Sorry if that shocks anyone. We ended in the middle of making some walls for our cooking space. But it takes a heck of a lot of wood. Rim shot. But so gotta go chop some trees. I tried to farm up some last night. Oh, you can, can't you? Oh, but you can. But I remember looking at it, and it's egregious how expensive it is. And like metal I will buy, stone I will buy, because are uh those take a fair bit to farm. Wood I have a really tough time uh wood I have a really tough time purchasing. Don't forget to open your chest for your emote. For those who were in on that nonsense. Oh, okay. 8 gold isn't that bad. I thought it was worse. It's still not what I would like, which is... Oh, right, no, it was white stone. It was white stone that I saw that price tag right there and was just like, absolutely not. 70 gold? I'll go farm it myself. Thank you. Thank you and good night. But 8 gold. Let's look at the... let's run some basic let's do some basic math. It makes each fence piece 160 gold. And we need 12 per wall, making each wall just shy of 2 grand. That's not bad, actually. And it will save a lot of time. And more than time, energy, which is something these days I do not have in spades. So, yeah. And we do have a bit of surplus in the gold department these days. It would... Wait, right. I do have my controller. So this is where having the controller is nice, because it is... Try not to look at the screen for a bit because it does do the flip thing, which is not great for anybody that has sensory issues. But since I'm not using my index finger and I get to use my thumb, it's slightly better on my tendons. Get 2 into arc. Shh. Sure, we don't discuss that. On air, anyway. I mean, I don't use an auto clicker. What? Or let me rephrase that. I wouldn't have to use an auto clicker if S6 would just put in buying in bulk. That's what the actual statement is. because if um if I didn't use an auto clicker for the times when I'm not on air, I would definitely have carpal tunnel by now. With the amount of game time I have invested in Palia, I would definitely have carpal tunnel by now. Just to put that into perspective, for any Palia developers that are out there, and that's not from buying materials, that's from buying modification kits. Thank you and good night. I'm just kidding. We're not ending the stream. But yeah. But from purchasing modification kits and having to sit there and spam click, if I had to sit there and do it naturally, I would definitely have carpal tunnel by now. Heck, that right there did not feel great. Good morning, Anemone. How is your Wednesday going? Also, cinnamon roll. I'm so confused. I keep reading and rereading your message about Ark, and it flipped into real life. Is that like the dinosaurs, like, or like the buildings flipped into real life? I'm got some weird shadows going on here. Yeah, I definitely feel that. Neither are particularly good options. Um, I too was into Ark pretty hardcore back in the day. Oh, I was trying to suss out who exactly, kind of like when Ant-Man gets into Tony Stark's suit, not to equate myself to Tony Stark, but and it's just like who's speaking right now? uh all the dots just connected for my cinnamon roll. Everyone, cinnamon roll is literally my best friend IRL. Uh, like no joke. They just did not tell me their new username. They just showed me um, their panels. Um, how many are we gonna need again? We do like a full enclosure. Because that'll be 12, 24, 48. Oof, Lord, love a duck. Oh, okay. I also forgot to get more focus food. Well, what I'm using for focus food. Ooh, I hope I put it onto craft. Gotta love that lag. When it makes you twitch a little bit and I'm just like, did my plots get foobarred again? Did they? Sweet, we did make focus food. Well, focus food. Listen, it's all we have time to make right at the moment. Or energy. Okay. Now we won't. No! The seeds stack up to 50. Of course, but of course, the food doesn't. Ba ram you. Alright, that's 36. So one more. 1600? Although, that being said, if I know I say this a lot, but it's the truth. If I actually ate food, actually ate food, I probably would be in the same ballpark. Okay. Sweater out. We are going to figure out a way. We're going to suss out a way to do this efficiently instead of doing this like one wall at a time. Which I think is actually pretty simple. Probably just need a paver. And maybe a pillar. Because the crate is a little chunky. Okay. And now we just go. We've got our fish. That's a purple fish. There we go. Yeah, I know we do. We just need to get S6 on our side. Or I guess, sorry, we don't need to get S6 on our side. We need to get you know who we need to get on our side? The Palia partners. So they can hand off the feedback to S6 and be like, hey, yo, players want glass. Hey, yo, players want, you know, non-plush things. because I get the feeling that uh, as far as the Palia partners are telling the devs, they're saying the community thinks everything's hunky dory. Though, um, oh no, we just that's what happened. Maybe. Oh, okay. Just finished your seed maker and you're not sure how to feel about it. I mean, there. Oh, there we go. There's like two ways to feel about it. You either like it or you don't. I know that was the most unhelpful thing to say. Uh, just like, gee, thanks. Oh, look, a tiny rocket scientist. Uh, did you? I didn't get a message. I don't think you hit send, hon. Oh, wait. Yes, you did. I, literally, as I clicked on your name, I got it. Um, interesting. My question would be with it is, and it's the same kind of question that I had with the piece yesterday, is how easy is it to access the the ones in the back? Because from an aesthetic point of view, um, really my only critique is the the pipe on the right could stand to be like out of the wall more. so you could see the base of it. Uh, that's mm, the pipe that I meant is um, that's not the pipe that I meant. I meant the one sticking out of the top of the seed maker. That's going into the wall. But that could have also been a design choice on your part. Yeah. Hey, Emil. Good morning, darling. And yeah, after analyzing the picture a bit more, Joa, I did kind of notice that it was mostly the walls fault more than like how you attached them. So, or what am I trying to say here? Uh, Imperfection in the builder's bridge piece. There we go. What am I building? I'm making walls. So I made these three yesterday, and I'm just making four more. I'm probably just gonna take these out. I didn't really. I honestly was not a fan of how the aquarium. Oh dear Lord, what's going on here? Um, I was not a fan of how the aquarium was turning out. Mainly because I had no idea how I was going to fill the cavity. So yeah, we're just going in a different direction. these are, yeah, those are gonna have to leave as well. Mm, yeah, we're probably gonna piece out the wedding arch as well. Maybe. We'll see. I didn't particularly hate the wedding arch. I just, we're kind of going in a different direction now. Okay. And now that these are done, we can start moving them into position. Gotta be very careful that we actually do item cancellations here because all of those arches were done with very precise obstacle flicking that I do not wish to do again. Good morning, you. How goes the day, hun? You can't find a lot about machines. If you're looking for inspiration involving machinery, the aesthetic you're probably looking or you're wanting is, or at least at one point, it was referred to as steampunk. Another one you can try looking for is diesel punk. Yeah. Uh, Diesel punk, by and large, will be a little bit dirtier, but will be, and people might have often ask me what's the difference between diesel punk and steampunk. It's exactly what it sounds like, where steampunk is all about the rise of the steam engine and a world in which, yeah, uses steam. Uh, Diesel punk centers around a fantasy world that, yeah, that exclusively uses the diesel engine as opposed to where we uh, moved into like our uh, the modern uh, the modern gasoline engine that we have today, which again is why I refer to diesel punk being a little bit dirtier. Tailspin. Yeah, that is the other thing too that I um, often forget about diesel punk as opposed to steampunk is uh, you have you by and large will see. Oh my gosh, brain, please function. I'm still waking up here. Uh, uh, More compact engines. There we go. That's what I'm looking. That's what I was looking for. Whereas like steampunk is, since it was based around the Victorian era, the aesthetic was much larger, and so you had like airships and bringing just, you know, boats into the sky. Whereas Cinnamon Roll mentioned diesel punk, you have the Zeppelin. So um, but also don't be afraid to like cross styles too with a lot of this, since it is, you know, they're fantasy genres. You're more than welcome to take some creative license. Especially due to the fact that so much of it, at least for steampunk, from what I recall being in like the steampunk or around the steampunk fashion crowd, because that is a thing. Uh, it's all about like invention and discovery. So if you keep that in mind, yeah. I think one designer mentioned during a symposium the line that really stuck with me: "You keep your mind open." The sorry, it's hard to not giggle because it's kind of cheesy, but the sky's the limit. Yeah, because it's all about airships and whatnot. And of course, half the people in the room giggled and half the people in the room cringed. I was definitely one of the people that giggled because, you know, uh, good time zone, so happy Wednesday there, darling. Hope your day is going by swimmingly. Oh, right. I forgot this one has this rock here. There we go. Yeah, me too. I am always a fan of a good pun. Okay, and now in theory we should be able to do a reset and everything should be where it is supposed to be. Thank you. Hmm. Now that the walls are done, finally. Uh, and watch them release in the next patch. Uh, like modification colors for all of these, just to spite me, just to spite me. Uh, but I mean, if they think I won't tear all these out and redo them in blue, mm, blue, white, I don't know. Depends on what the colors would be. Depends on what the colors would look like. Fact of the matter is, if they think I wouldn't do that, they have another thing coming. Hmm. White would look so nice. Oh, 100%. I do feel that S6 repeatedly underestimates my tenacity, and it's just like, oh, you want to play that game, do you? Now we just need to decide what to do with the Hacking interior. Which is still what I was stuck on when we started this whole shebang. Although on the plus side, we now no longer crash. That's a lot of steps, hun. But good for you. Or wait, no, that's not patronizing. Good work? Sounds moderately better. That does sound horrid. Um, I wanted to see. Oh, cinnamon roll actually fixed her needs. So I'm tempted to try the gray, but at the same time, I always did like or the white. Although that being said, I have always wanted to go with the capital chic marble. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, looks like it's just about time for the the tiny self-care break. And there is the 1 minute warning telling me to actually switch to the be right back screen and go do the thing. And by thing, I mean stretch and whatnot. Wonder uh, if they ever possibly. Um, I I wish I had more information. I do get the feeling with like how much people have been asking for darker colors. Part of the reason that they are hanging back with the tints is that they might be reworking them to get darker ones in. But that could just be me having wishful thinking. Okay, I will see you guys after the ad break. See you soon. Okay. Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I meant. We're back now. Okay. And yes, Palia drops are going to. Hmm. So I should double check. You want the plushie? It is pretty cute, actually. Um, I don't think it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this is the little guy. Okay. Right, because it's not called kitchen, it's called industrial sink. But then the other one is called that. Maybe let's. Yeah, because the alabaster of Capital Chic Dining Table does look pretty nice. And then we could pick something to be like cabinets underneath. Mm. It's his heckin' feet. Mm. I mean, let's give it a shot. Not even close. Okay. That's not bad. Hmm. I mean, if we sink it out and to the side a bit, it's also not use a pillar. We'll make the placement a little bit. A little bit less terrible. Let's use a butch block. Oof. That is out there. And see, this is kind of what I was talking about yesterday about like just trying stuff until until you get what you want. This is definitely one of those times. Yeah, okay, so the yeah, so we should literally just want to shove it. Or maybe not even that. It's still too far. What the what? Okay, so we actually wanted to go the other way. I don't know where we placed it before. You know what? Maybe we should just sink it into this and just make our life so much easier. Because like we can do that. We have the technology. That's cute. 10 out of 10. Mm, rats. So close yet oh so far. Makes my brain itchy. Although, um, um, I mean, kinda. Although we still have the hangover over here. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Right about that. It doesn't sit high enough to cover the prep bench. I knew there was a reason I hadn't used these to cover. As of yet. And that would be why. It's not that it's impossible. It is just slightly annoying. Mm-mm. Well, on the plus side, since we I was going to say, since we aren't working in a house, we could technically play around with the levels of the prep bench, but I just remembered that whenever you do that, it does cause some minor annoyances. Uh, let's just leave the cabinets on there for now. And what I mean by minor annoyances is when people like go to use them, uh, they will like they'll like jump up or they'll like sink down. It is really annoying. And those, in actuality, if anyone was wondering why, by and large, people use the capital chic, this is why. Because you can use them to cover with very minimal effort. Whereas we are probably going to need to do like a bit of floating. Yeah. Fun. Okay. We're gonna need a dessert plate for this. For once, it's not gonna be structural. Although I don't think. Yeah, I don't particularly want to use concrete pavers. Mainly because um, the wooden slab pavers are the easier ones just to make. These you just need like uh, raw heartwood to make them. Mm, this might be hit or miss as to. Yeah, it's a bit too high. When covering prep stations, you want to literally just barely cover the top of the prep station so that when the the cutting board shows up, um, nothing really interferes with that, unless you're doing a cutting board mask, in which case you need to be very, very spot on with your placement of your replacement cutting board. Let's see if I'm pretty sure I have screenshots of when I did um, a mask that involved a replacement cutting board. Hold please. Uh, oh, definitely that one. Oh, fantastic. I actually. Dang it. This was an older version of the kitchen before I put in the cutting board. But basically, replacement cutting board that you can use is uh, the Bellflower nightstand. It makes a nice marble cutting board. Hmm. I really had hoped that I had taken pictures of that. Apparently not. Hmm. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, uh, you're definitely not alone in that. Uh, I I get I get the same feeling from a lot of players, mainly due to the fact of like repeat questions that I see from the same players that come up in in the glitching help channel. Um, and like there's nothing wrong with that. It's more just I wish I knew of a way to help teach better, I guess, if that makes sense. Uh, the the biggest question that I see pop up is um, um, what anchor do I use? So, what anchor do I use to float X, Y, or Z, or to sink X, Y, or Z? Um, and then just straight up the float and or sink process. When it comes to combining, like I because I realize that like a lot of the stuff that I do, like especially like what I'm doing here, uh, and I realize that I'm using like combination techniques. So meaning that I'm utilizing the, the 1 cup technique as it's commonly referred to. Uh, I like more more in depth. I refer to it as like a transference of properties because that's more of a more accurate description of what it does. Because we're transferring the properties of the item that we're using group select on. And that's how we place things like uh, this capital sheet dining table up on a paver that can't normally place up there. So we group select the pillar. So calls it borrowing surface. Yeah. And that is kind of why I try my best to come up with terms that are more like overarching. That being said, I do try to still use like one cup technique because it gives credit to the creator who first published um, material on the trick, which who was the Lillian Games. So, but yeah, a lot of people mention that they use like the one cup technique, and I'm just like, that's great. That's a great starting point. Now, if we build on that, because there's so much more that you can do, if you understand the one cup technique, you can do a lot more with it. Like the Russian nesting doll that I explained yesterday to make this nonsense. Which I don't think a fair few of you weren't here when I made this. So we can go through that again. But to to show how it's the same as the one cup technique, because it's it's all using group select, and it's all using that transference of properties to achieve our goal, which the end goal is to make this placeable on, building blocks or on a table. But for starters, we need to get something into this slot here that we can group select. And this is why I kind of refer to it as a Russian nesting doll, because we can't place this on a building block, but we can place it on a yardwork terrace. So now we can group select the fence, but we don't want to do that yet. We want to group select this builder's block so that we can place this terrace on top of the builder's block. And now we group select the fence. That will then trick the system into thinking that this builder's block is a fence. So yeah, it's another way you can think of the gourmet or the gourmet bowl and or you know quote unquote one cup technique is as a Jedi mind trick. For those familiar with Star Wars, just you know, this is not a terrace piece. This is a building block. This is not a capital chic cabinet. This is a fence. And yeah, every time that we press group select is when the Jedi mind trick happens. And that's how earlier I got all of these Umbran fences to do the float because I connected them to a concrete paver. Then I performed our float, and then I just connected them all up here. Rinse, wash, repeat. But I will definitely admit that it takes a substantial amount of um it's not a dumb question. It's all good. So this piece, now that we have it made like that, because yeah, so and here's why it's not a dumb question, because I kind of ended a bit too soon. Now that we have this piece made, this is just a tool that we are going to use for placement purposes. And anytime we want to place this somewhere it's not supposed to go, we group select that crate. And then after we're done placing, we're free to take our tool out. So, yeah. So, yes, it can be freed from your chain of fencing. And yeah, let me back it up a bit. Let me deconstruct this one because I did go a bit quickly. Is yeah, so it involves crate, terrace, fence, and so for starters, group select crate. That allows you to place the terrace attached to the builder's crate. Now the terrace here is just an intermediary that allows the placement of the fence on top. And that allows you to group select the fence up there, which allows for placement into the slot. Yeah. If you're someone that has a Winterlight spread present, I didn't want to do this version because it's nowhere near Christmas, but the process is much simpler because the Winterlight spread present can just be placed up here. And you can just do a simple chain like that. And then you can do it just like that, group select the fence, and then simple chain. But that version is limited to, oh, interesting. That version is limited to people with Winterlight's Red presence until S6 gives us decor trading. Sorry, I have a gift for this. Just as a note, for anyone that missed, because my big old noggin was in the way. That's how many Winterlight's Red presents are currently in my inventory because I bought a surplus hoping that S6 would bring in decor trading someday. So if you haven't sent in feedback to S6 requesting decor trading, please do so. To celebrate trading being expanded to all the core items, if slash when that happens, I will start doing red present giveaways on a weekly on yeah, a weekly basis. So because yeah, I knew how important they were, and I knew that we would have new players that came in, and also that there would be people that, just generally didn't know that they were important because it happens. So, that being said, we do have our next self care break coming up. So, I'm going to go do some stretches and leave everybody in the care of my co host, the AFK Otter, and I'll see everybody shortly. Are the ads still going? My monitor says no. I can never tell. In any case. And we're back now. What was that, Joa? That we got a wedding arch from S6? Oh. Continue on. Brilliant. Fantastic. Okay, continue on full-time as Palia's senior community manager. Okay, that is fantastic. Great news, everyone. That Lady Adonis just sent. Uh, sorry. Lacey will be staying on as uh as Palia's senior community manager, meaning that she's no longer the interim. So she is now the senior community manager. Fantastic. Okay. Still don't have Still have no idea who's keeping tabs on the Palia partners, but it's none of my business. But yeah, that is cute. I mean, I don't know. I possibly. Um, my gosh, it gets dark. There once was a tiny dragon with a back full of red presents that he wanted to share. Yes, 100%. I mean, you're not wrong. This is a true story. He traveled all throughout Palia with his massive bag filled to the brim with red presents. Yet when he arrived at the different people's houses, he was remiss to find that he was unable to leave the presence. So he continued on his journey. Just a little bit. Um, okay. Now in the realm of things that aren't terrible, let's see what we're gonna do about making our covers. I think the last thing that we had done. There we go. Right. We used a float. It's actually not bad. Um, I mean, kind of. Yeah, let's just snag a bench from up here, and let's see how. Let's see how the chopping looks. Oh, do we? This is just a. Oops. Nice. So the height that we got it did uh, go to that uh, uh, the height that I was mentioning, where it just barely covers the cutting board, which isn't a bad thing. Mm. Well, that being said, I don't really, not really a fan of that in the bottom. How could we deal with that? I mean, the last time I dealt with um last time I dealt with something like that was in this kitchen concept. I'm not sure if I actually finished it. Probably not. Uh, but I did like running boards. Oof, oof. Yeah, definitely needed to be redone. But we could do something like that. Oh, or wouldn't be easy. Hmm. Hey, nerdy. Hmm. No, I don't want to steal those capital chic shelves. Just leave those be. But as I say, when is anything nice ever easy? Mm, sugar. But the idea that I just got, right? Oh, thanks, Joa. we we're gonna need a tent so we can rip the shelves off the wall. Yeah, we could use those as the baseboards. There we go. Where's our thing? There's our thing. Oh, right. Cancel placement is borrow surface? What? Huh. Normally I'm good at getting things from context. Um, Interesting. Sure. What? Alright, so if we did that, I mean, uh, it could also just be me not fully understanding what the intent is. Because you mentioned pouring a surface. It's so weird. You can't. So if it makes you feel any better, if you're confused with that concept, I'm confused with the concept. So Well, I mean, if that is the concept that you've been having the hardest time understanding, we can go over that right now if you'd like. Because uh, by and large, that one, there isn't much to it. Also, good time zone, Drake Lance. Lovely to see you. Um, I almost, I almost said that it's easy, but I, it's not that it's easy. It's just that there aren't as many moving parts in like item cancellation, but at the same time, it is very easy to get lost. Uh, I'm, oh my, it's always bad when you need to stop and think about it. I think I'm doing good. Mixed bag. I mean, it just means I need to switch up the visualizer. That's all. That's all that means. Because we go from this one to this one. Hmm, there we go. Yeah. And yeah. And this isn't, I will reiterate that this isn't only for Switch players, but this works for, all console players, so PS5 and Xbox, especially due to, I'm using Xbox Visualizer up there. How do key bindings translate over? Where the heck is my? So your A and B are reversed. There we go. That's it. Yeah. But the the thing is that even though like but you still use B for jump and you still use A for confirm. Even though they're in different spaces, it's still constant. Uh so when you see me do the glider trick, your button roll is just going to be the other way. So how I go, you're going, mm-mm, if that makes sense. just because the placement of your B is in the bottom. I think that will be right. And since I'm in this mode now, I need to perform the item cancellation, which I actually can't do on PC. Fun fact. Because even if I press the secondary input, lol, it won't fire off. I need to press my number key. But let's go to our button mappings just so we can boop, 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 boop. Oh, right. I also forgot that I did bind action bar item used to something else. I can't remember why. Oh, it's because normally, and like the suggestion that I did give to K Fierce was to bind action bar item use to plus on I just pressed where the A button would be on Switch. Lol. But yeah. Oh, your binding is pickup item X. Yeah, cancel placement is Y. But yeah, you don't really, you only need like this action bar item use for two things. It's like to place items down, and then also to brain please function. Like when you're planting seeds, and then when you're doing this trick. Those are the three times when you need this button mapping. The equivalent for Xbox for Plus would be the three lines here. The reason why I made this suggestion way back when is because in build mode that button has no function. So however, an alternative version that you can do, and let's just reset everything, you can leave action bar item use to A, and instead you can go down to placement mode, and for move item and confirm move, that one you can rebind to your down arrow. Now, let's see if this actually unbound. It did, yeah, it did. So it didn't actually unbind our action bar row down, which is very cool. Because if you if you do it the other way for action bar item use, it'll unbind your action bar row down. But if you do it this way for move item and confirm move, it won't unbind the other hotkey or the other button mapping. And I'm about to show you why this button mapping can make the trick a little bit easier. And it's because where the previous version you had to do like a finger roll or like a roll with your thumb, because you had to do like a roll from A to B. Now we can do a cross from both of our hands. So you jump up, and then you press down arrow. And from there, it's the trick is pretty much the same. You just use your arrow keys. You know, once you're at wherever you want to perform your item cancellation, go to wherever your decor item is, and then you just press A, or your action bar item use, which is A, or if you're on Xbox, sorry, not Xbox. If you're on Xbox or Switch, it's A. If you're on PS5, there we go, it's X. Or if I found out very recently, I'm not sure if they've standardized it yet, but if you're in Japan, it's O. Fun fact, everybody, I didn't know there were regional button mappings between Japan and the rest of the in westernized culture. But yeah. And it now makes so much more sense as to why the Nintendo Switch has A up and to the right, and Xbox's controller has A down in the center. And it's because of that regional button mapping of PlayStation. Because in Japan, O is used for confirm and X is used for cancel. So yeah, when I found that out, so many things became so much more, or made so much sense. And yeah, and Xbox is made in the US, so they would use, yeah. And apparently people in the US just default for like confirmation, they gravitate to the bottom, whereas people in Japan are more like just for force of habit for a circle. But does that all make a little bit more sense for like how to perform the trick there, Zoe? Is by and large, like actually, for myself anyway, I find actually performing the trick on console is the hardest part. Um, yeah, there we go. Which I have one more bit of advice for anybody playing on console or just using a controller, because you can go into your gameplay settings. Is it this one? No, it's not. It's in, yeah. And I've brought this up every now and again, but you can throttle your X or your camera settings for X and your Y. And this can just make doing or make targeting and placing things with a controller, I find a little bit easier, just because the camera just moves a little bit slower. So you don't have to have what's the word I'm looking for here? You don't have to have the best fidelity with your fingers. So action bar item used for you is Y, and okay, so yeah, so if action bar item use is Y, then when you go over to select your item, that's when you're going to press Y. Uh, but that being said, if you understand how to do the trick, no, it's all good. Let me just swap back to that. I, on my list of things to do is to actually do like a version of this uh, visualizer that has like equivalencies for for the different controller buttons. I started doing it one day, and yeah, okay. It's more the concept of the connecting parts. So when you say the connecting parts, do you mean like I'm not sure if you were there earlier when I was mentioning like uh, one of the most repeat questions that I get, or that not that I get personally, but that I've seen come up is like, what anchor do I use for X, Y, or Z? Is that kind of what you're referring to? Or do you mean like you think so? Okay, sweet. So when we are talking about Sorry, just one sec. I just need to. I really need to turn off our air conditioner because it's freezing in here. Ooh. Um, much better. Uh, what was I going to say? That's always the question, isn't it? Um, um, mainly, I'm what I'm trying to figure out is which part. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So you think anchor, but also distance where it ends up. Fantastic. Work with this. So, yes, all of it. You have, sorry, I have not heard of that. Pardon me while I Google. Oh, oh, interesting. Right on. Yeah, no, no, no. No problem. So we are a, we are literally a perfect pair because I have, I have visualization and conceptualization in spades. So when we are talking about how to figure out where something is going to land per se, the best thing to do is just to measure it out. That's what I do most of the time. And I find building blocks super useful for that. And so we are going to use, we're going to use just that. And actually, we're not going to use pillars because that is still kind of conceptual. We are just going to use crates. This is literally the easiest thing that we can do with. And I don't do it as often as I used to, um, mainly because I got the feeling that uh, it was getting a bit confusing for people. Uh, but the crates are super useful and super nice because they are perfect 1 meter cubes. And they, when they came in, they gave us, for the first time, actual, like an actual measurement that was not, or that was actually like a real world number that we could use. So if we are going, say, if we just want to go from left to right, the way that we know how far something is going to get pushed. Here, let's just grab a plush. We'll grab this ancient silver wing. The way that we know how far our plush is going to get pushed is we count the number of squares that we move our crate. So we start here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we perform our item cancellation. Obviously, my item cancellation is a bit different than how you do it on console. At this point is where you place your plush on top. And then when you now move the anchor, which, let's just move it back to where we started. We now see that the plush is right where our crate was. Yeah. And so now these two items are now connected. So that's why we call this the anchor. So if we think about this as if we think about the plush as if it were a boat, this is the anchor that's keeping the boat from floating away, if that makes sense. And yeah, exactly. Uh, and now when we are I don't. Yeah, let's not talk about that yet. Let's just, because we just did a push. Now we're going to do a simple float. In the same sense of how we counted the number of squares to figure out how our plush was going to go. Let's grab another silver wing. We can do the same thing in the vertical. So we count 1 and 2. We can just hop. Again, place our silver wing. Bring it back down. And yeah, I think part of that fundamental misconception is that for a short or for brief periods of time, we did have something that was called anchorless floating. And that isn't a thing anymore, or at this current time, isn't a thing anymore. So, since we can't do that anymore, which I think I might need to put a PSA on a video that is still on YouTube. But, and same with here, that this is now our anchor. That being said, do need to do that self-care break. When we get back, we'll go over sinking, which is what we just did, but in the reverse. See everybody shortly. Okay. And everybody should be back now. Okay. Let's... Yeah. All right. That demonstration should be good to go. Although this time, just for this last one, I am going to switch back to the controller. There we go. Just to kind of show how this would be done. We do already have our buttons remapped. And for this one, we will be doing the sync. And as I mentioned before the break, it is just going in the reverse for how we did the float. And then we'll be going over and then press whatever your action bar item uses. Then afterwards you can go over and we'll place our fish. Come on, fish. Oh, right. It does get a little bit annoying. These confirm is now rebound to our down arrow. We had some our block rotated. But just like all the other examples, syncing is, I will mention, the trickier, or one of the trickier ones, because when you want to sync something, you are going to want to take into account in your calculation the height of whatever you're using as an anchor. So see how this is going under the ground? If we just wanted this on the ground, we would just go from here and down to here, because that would give us the height of the crate. And then if we wanted to go further, we would just go back. It's all a counting game. So here, and then down. You say was which item you're using the actual cancel on. Potentially. Now, when we're talking about which anchors to use, because that was something that I did want to talk about. This is where we get into something that is, I don't really talk about this too much, but I refer to it as the placement hierarchy. So you're tricking the system to think flashes on the block. Yeah, that in a nutshell, that is what is happening. Back in the day, and actually you can still perform. There's a two-person version of this trick. Uh, if if you're if you've heard of something called synchronized placement, where two players place something in the same location at the same time, that trick can be used in a variation to float things or to sync them. But in a sense, the one player places the item in a location where the item used to be, as the other player moves the item away. So that's how floating used to be done before item cancellation was discovered. So item hierarchy and or placement hierarchy. The easiest examples there we go. Examples for this are items like umbrellas. These ones have a, and also like what we were talking about earlier. So this fence item, these are all what we call ground items, meaning that they can only be placed on ground surfaces. Now, the reason why the yardwork terrace works is because it counts as a ground surface. The building blocks have what we refer to as a floor surface, which is the surface that you would find in the gazebos, inside houses, so on and so forth. That's why we call it a floor surface. The the last one we most commonly just refer to as either a tabletop surface or a stackable surface. The reason being is that if an item has the surface, uh, actually I have pavers, so it means that they can be stacked. And it means that stackable items can go on top of it. Now, the reason why the Winterlight Red Present was and is so revolutionary is because it has something on it that is called a omni surface. Meaning that it has a ground surface, it has a wall surface, and sure, and it has a ceiling surface on it. So it accepts uh, any item. That's why it's so good. Yeah. And that is generally why when talking about anchors, the answers are normally such and such, or winter lights red present. You, if you're floating a a let's say a shelf, for instance, you can use most of the builder's items or winter lights red present. When we're talking ground items, that's when we need to get terrace piece involved, unless you have winter lights red present. So yeah, I try to use them. Actually, I just try to not use them unless it is around Christmas when people can purchase them. And by and large, there is a there is now a replacement that you can use. It's just how much effort. So with cancel placement, are we making a new X Y Z axis? I mean, that is a difficult question, kind of, but not really, because the XYZ axis that you're dealing with will always be in relation to whatever your anchor is. So it's all and it's really hard. Sorry, this is an interesting thought experiment because it's hard to not use very conceptual language here. But it will always. Hmm. 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 Yeah, you are you're correct in saying that it is it is temporary in that like whatever whatever item cancellation you do is only temporary. Where are my pillars? Because I made a little thing yesterday that might help a little bit. Although it might be better for me to get out of building blocks. think maybe part of it, maybe, it is to, and I'm going to say try to not overthink it. If that makes sense. I know that's easier said than done. Oof, that sounds terrible. But I'm not even sure why I built this. Okay, so if the chair sank directly into the block and not into the ground, uh, that sounds like you may have been doing kind of like the work that I was doing over here, which that was kind of my goal, which like a lot of the work that I do when I use these things, like I call these things sync machines, uh, mainly because uh, I I use them for uh, precision work rather than uh, and by precision work I mean like how I was making like this here. Yeah. Oh Lord. But I'll also mention that like laying out markers uh, is something that helps me a lot. Do I always remember to do it? No, I sure don't. But so here, let's use the example you just gave of sinking a chair. If you don't mind my asking, which chair was it? Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I do like the camp. Ooh, actually, the camping stools or camping chairs. Ooh, camping benches. That'll look good. You want to halfway sink a moonstruck chair. That'd be interesting. The back is just sick. That's that sounds interesting. Okay, you have me color me intrigued. Okay. Hey, Snark Hunter. Um, and see, this is a perfect segue into something uh, that we can talk about, which is um, combining techniques. Because you mentioned trying to use a building block for this Moonstruck dining chair. However, the Moonstruck dining chair has a placeable surface on it. So we can use our transference of properties on this. Meaning that we have a bit more leeway. Exactly. So if you like, you can use right and so if you have, because you probably have not seen me set up a sync machine or a sync or float machine. It works for both. Um, we'll go over that. It's super simple. Uh, I use, yeah, I sure can. Thank you for letting me know that it was too loud. Hopefully that is better. And yeah, no, no, it's perfectly fine. Um, uh, I, I mean, probably noticed that I'm not wearing headphones for that exact reason. I mostly play music for everybody else. Um, so moving on. So to set up a sink machine and or float machine, I use square concrete pavers because we can, a little, of course, when I want to do a example, it gets super, super bright. So let's bring over the tent just so we can actually see the lines that I want to talk about. Here we go. It's a bit easier to see the, oh, Lord in heaven. Hold please. Okay, there we go. So this is why I use square concrete pavers because they line up very nicely with our grid lines. And you know that they're lined up because, as you can see, the shade of pink will shift. It's just a little bit harder to see with the sand. But yeah, we'll just do it back in the tent. Because we're just going from one square to the square right beside it. And we're going to do our item cancellation. It would help if I had my fish. There we go. We're going to do our item cancellation. And then place our paver on top. And at this point, if you have any issues grabbing the paver on the bottom, just use group select. That'll grab the entire stack. Then when you place them down, it'll send that paver off into the side. Okay. Think that should be good. Now, since this is what we're actually wanting to use for our anchor, we're just going to stick that right on the corner here. And we're going to grab our square concrete paver and we're going to go straight down and make sure it's matched up with our grid lines. Perform our item cancellation. We're going to target our wood pillar, or you can use any tabletop item while it's on top of the chair. And use group select. That is going to allow us to place on top of that paver. And just grab that wood paver off. Okay, now we see that it didn't sink enough. Now, two things. For one, I did purposely do it this way as a note because I wanted to show you it happen the same way that it was happening to you. In that the chair is just going straight down. You got to placing the pavers in a stack. Fair enough. I actually have an easier way of, here, we're just going to take this top one off because I actually have an easier way of doing this that I can show you guys. So if we take that doesn't actually involve floating. So if we grab, and yeah, so as long as like your stack of square concrete pavers is nicely lined up, or at least nicely in a stack, that's what's important right now anyway. So if you just have one square concrete paver over here, put one builder's crate on top of it, and then put a builder's crate beside it. From there, we're going to group select the crate that's beside it. And it should allow you to grab the crate that is not on the paver. And then that will allow you to place it up on top of your stack, and it'll give you the same effect as if we were to just float it. Now that being said, let's take that off. We do see that the cushion of the chair is still visible, which isn't exactly what we want. So we are going to add, so we can take this concrete paver off. That one will be fine. And we're just going to add one more paver. Again, put the wood slab paver there. And now we're going to show if we want the chair away from the paver. So we're just going to put down a concrete paver to use as a marker. Can you So let's just say we want it that far away from, wait, yeah. So again, we're going, and then just line it up so it matches with wherever you placed your marker. Uh, forgot to switch back to my fish. Well, perform your item cancellation. And make sure that your wood pillar is there. So we can use group select. And this time I'm just going to rotate the chair like that. And I'm going to teach you something very important that I cannot stress enough, that is a trick that apparently gets missed so often in my examples. So you can activate your sink or float, either one, if you have a connecting bit back here. You can activate it by grabbing your back bit and placing it back down in the same location. And that'll activate your float. Hey, Harleman. Dang it, the seat is still showing. That's okay. That is literally the purpose of the sync machine, is so that we can repeatedly do this trick, though. So we're just going, so all we do is add another paver to the stack. Make sure we switch back to our fish. Perform the item cancellation. Group select the paver, or group select the pillar. Sorry, they're both P words. Grab the top paver to activate our sync. And there you go. You're basically using a turn machine for this and driving yourself insane. Yeah. Now, on the subject of group select being a massively underused it's a word I'm looking for here. massively underused trick tech thing. You can 100% sync things using group select. Believe it or not. I know we just went through all that, but there is something called nope. I'm about to bring up platform syncing. Because Kelly's technique is is a whole other thing. Because I guess sorry, there are two ways that you can do it with group select. Oh, I've, Kelly's technique is oh 3. It's a third. Platform syncing. Kelly's shelf nonsense. What's the third? Oh, okay. I think I might have. Oh, it involves cancellation. Oh, okay. Hybrid. Weird. So not to make your not to overload you with information. There are my shells. Uh, I just need a rug. I think that was the right height. Guess we'll find out. Well, if that's the case, you can 100% use what I'm about to show you. Sweet. It does still work. So, I'm going to back it up a little bit because this method is, I mean, you can do it with like there is like a simplistic way that you can do it just using building blocks, but there's a cheeky way that you can do it with a paver, and I like doing the cheeky way. So if you put a builder's floor on top of a the small wood pillar, and then you use group select on the floor, it allows you to attach it to another floor. But it'll be hovering in midair. At which point you can let's try using a doormat, because that runner is being a bit of a heel. Oh, oops, I forgot that was a thing. That is going to take so much getting used to. Basically, this is another trick that we're using called building on the invisible grid. There we go. And we can build on this invisible grid to place a pillar upside down attached to that paver. At which point we can flippity dippity upside down and then attach a floor. Actually, you know what? Let's be, you know what? Let's be funny. Because you know what? It's Wednesday and I feel like being funny. Let's use this to sink Frogbird. Ah, thank you, Techno. I appreciate that. And always feel free to interrupt. I hope your workday is going good. And now, when we're talking about sink heights for when using this, it's super simple because we just attach them to our pillar. There's too many building blocks. There we go. Now we just gotta grab our paver. He's looking at you. Oh, sugar. I missed the ad break notification. It's coming up super soon. Switch to the be right back screen. I really heard people you call group select chain, but I like that. But welcome back, everybody. At least I trust everyone's back from the ad break now. And yeah, when it comes to things in Palia, uh, I would always mention that I'm very much, or my specialty lies in application. So, like, how certain things could be used. People are familiar with, like, free run the journey beyond, or, sorry, free run beyond Journey's End. If I was a side character in that show, I would be Ubel. Uh, sorry, that joke is so much funnier than most of you will ever know. Uh, but yeah, I do have a tutorial on platform thinking that goes over like how to make a simple pond if you would like to go over what we just did. It also shows how you can use terrace pieces because, you know, you're only limited by your imagination, really. Or not even your imagination, because I think you're only limited by your problem solving ability. And not even that, because you can, as long as you're willing to ask for help, I think you can go far. Ask questions, being, but is you can overcome each of the things that I said with something else. You can overcome like not being able to like imagine things by just taking inspiration from, you know, take your pick, really. Like uh I mentioned in a previous stream that like my inspiration for this, like I didn't this didn't just manifest itself. Like I I took inspiration from uh like a building I used to run through when I was younger for this roof. So, and something that like uh oh wait, you were also wondering if I sink a light under column of tanks. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Um, uh, no. To answer your question, in not so many words. From testing that I've done, the only thing that really oh, sure, for sure. So, um, if you go back to this whole setup, the reason why we cancel place the square one instead of the circular one is mainly due to the fact that uh, I like to have the sink machine be uh, reusable. And Terriermon, Terriermon, there we go. Is that like that's like the Digimon, isn't it? Um, but happy to have you here and really awesome. It's always nice to have somebody find their way here from the YouTube videos. Uh, but the explanation with the light, the only real thing that seems to block the light bloom seems to be walls and walls and floors. And even then, uh, depending on the intensity of the light, it's hit or miss. Like I've created some what I've called light boxes. I'm not sure if I have any made at the moment. Actually, let's see if I have any light boxes made. They would have been on the my winter plot. Because the lighting on the winter lights plot used to be and much worse than it is now. It's mildly better. Yeah, here we go. So I made this light box back here. Or is that a light box? Or yes, it is. Because it's there we go. So they're literally ceiling lamps on, on the bottom of a floor. Uh, and they're illuminating the floor. And then one's going into the wall. I think I have another one underneath the table here for the same reason, was to get more light, and then I made that artificial sun right there. But yeah, what else am I trying to say here? Yeah, light boxes can be really useful. That's what I'm trying to say. I would definitely put them on floors. Let's go back to the market. Um, if you are wanting to make quote unquote like like floor lighting, or just like ground base illumination, it's really easy to just do. Um, I already have floors, so homestead. Let me just go. Don't gaslight me, game. Oh, or was it the ground that blocks it? I knew it was something that blocks light. It's been a hot minute since I've played with light, if you can't tell. If you put it in a tent, it bumps it up just enough that you get the light. Ah, yeah. Also, Terry Ramon, you're most welcome. I have to admit that I only am really aware of Digimon uh, through my boyfriend. Uh, he's got me to watch a little bit of Digimon, but what's another good lighting piece? The Patrick wall lamp is a good if you angle this one properly, because you can. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But if you go like that, uh, really, Might not work with the wood. Oh, there we go. And then you can like rotate it. Where'd my shelf go? Well, I suppose you could actually. Do that if you wanted. But yeah, there never seems to be enough light for heckin' fish. Another thing that you can do for fish, now that you're learning the joys of item cancellation, we find lamps. Things like homestead small lamps. And if we perform an item cancellation, you always could like put a lamp in with the fish. Maybe not like that. There's a cutting board. What? I think you're mixing up item cancellation and flicking. And is you can still pull out the item. You just can't place the item. Here, I'll show you. Is yeah. This is the plot that we're not quite at 7K. But yeah. You can still 100% do item cancellations. Yeah. It's just yeah, the only things that you're locked out of doing are like sadly because putting down textures counts as placing an item. uh uh and yeah, it but and it's okay. I it's uh quite it's very easy to get it mixed up with flicking because both tricks come from your inventory. But yeah, it it's mostly that I just wanted you to make sure, or I wanted to make sure that you knew that you could still use item cancellation on a maxed out plot. That's more that I was getting at with this. Yeah, just so. But yeah, that will always mystify me. That I don't know how long it's been, but they still. I mean, at this point, it has to be them punishing, you know, all of us that have like maxed out plots or like overcapacity plots, and that's why they haven't changed and or fixed placing a texture as placing an item. Because support will just tell you, wait, what the heck? Where even did that come from? I'm so confused. I mean, I think I was doing some work with that stuff. Okay. Mm, I just okay. That has to be attached to something. I pressed the wrong button. Okay. Where is that on the? Okay, yeah, that's no. I was gonna say that that isn't like bleed over from my second plot, is it? But it's no, it's not. No, the two of them didn't group select no, which makes no sense because they you would have thought Maybe? Have those been floating there like all day? And I just haven't noticed until now? That's genuinely hilarious. Or that would be genuinely hilarious. Where did we move recently? No. Oh, we moved this. Nope. Okay. Nope. If I go to Kilma and oh yeah. The thing is, I don't even remember having those on this plot. Like having Bahari Nettles on that plot in general. Although I'm genuinely worried about not picking them up because if they like go into like the ether or something. Oh, I think that it's more likely that they'll go to the lamp zone. Nope, they went to the ether. They most likely came from another plot. You think? Yeah, but which one is the question? Especially, I have not heard of that bug. I guess, I mean, we just went to Steamworks, so I guess, and this whole thing has been happening where it like takes forever and a day to load. Because we did accidentally pick up one of them, so are any of our vines messed up now? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, you're also right. It's not in the right orientation. And also the placement and height was so weird. It was like this area. Oh no. Oh no. No, nope. Didn't come from there. I'm down. You know me. Love seeing weird floating things. I started making a dirt path again. That bring that brings me special kind of joy. Oh, it's right here. For the love of God, no one water the dirt path. And so you get banned from Tiny Dragon's plot. Why did you get banned? I watered the dirt path. Sure. Oh Lord. Okay. So it is safe to walk. You're not gonna like punk me. Oh, sweet. Oh, dear sweet baby Buddha. Why, Drake Lance? I mean, fair, I guess. Oh, right. I forgot this heckin' pond water. Hey, sweet. Only the umpteenth time. You know, when you said a tour, this is not what I was picturing. Hecking sadist. You already have a tower game. Yeah, and I suck at that one too. Mm, mm. Utter nonsense. Biscuits. What is this nonsense? Drake. What is this bull? I don't believe you. Okay. My Drake is laughing at me. It's like, hey buddy, what's up? Uh the side stairs. Yeah. I can't help but feel that you made this after I said I wanted to do an Alice in Wonderland plot. I'm just kidding. There's no way you did this in a day. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ah, the angle is bad. Oh no, we're good. Uh, Dang it. I can get on it. I did. I did get there. Can't help feel. Okay. Ah, son of a Bismarcky. Uh, and that's how. That is definitely not how the tower goes for me. Succeeding at one part only to fail at the next. And the thing is, like the only reason I had for even doing the hecking tower, like, is like completely gone because there used to be treasure chests in the tower, but apparently not anymore. Apparently, there's like two or three. To give you a red present. Yeah, I mean, like, if I don't know, if the if completing the tower actually gave some kind of reward, it would actually have my attention. I would I would actually, you know, try it. But, since the quote unquote reward is Zeki coins, which are glorified gacha pulls, uh, yeah, could not be bothered. Oh, Okay. I think we're done here. Like the real tower, I emit defeat. I missed your duck army. What? Where was your duck army? Was it higher up? Okay, I'm coming back. Oh Lord in heaven. Oh, just realized that there's two pirate items that I've yet to get. Lol. 208 ducks. The backside of a tent? Oh dear. This is utter nonsense. Oh, Christmas. Uh, hello? Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. For a second there, it was as if we couldn't go that way. Whoop, ducks. Fires a cannon. The fish. That's ridiculous. Seriously, Drake. What the heck? I mean, fair. I've often pondered as to what you do in your spare time, but huh. Just not getting a cancel placement other than copying the exact steps. Hmm. Oh, Lord. That's what you meant by in the underside. Oops. So that's what you meant by look at the underside of the tent. Ah. Giant pink fish. Uh, okay. So, yeah, I think. All right. Right. I guess maybe understanding the difference between anchor and the machine. Okay. I mean, all right. I'm gonna say thank you to Drake for sharing with us. And we're gonna mm, uh, head back to our plot, and then we're going to have our self-care break, during which I am gonna ponder a bit. Let's also switch, or not switch, but let's hop over to. Actually, no. Let's stay on this plot. Because this plot is the base landscape. So part of it might be that I'm doing it on a different landscape. So let's try it here. So I'll see everybody shortly. Oof. Yeah. So, what Drake mentioned actually, or not Drake, blah, what Snark just uh, chimed in there, mentioned uh, uh, is something that or you had asked previously, and I completely forgot to answer your question because you had asked uh, why exactly we grab the wooden piece instead of the or uh, why we cancel place the paver or the concrete paver instead of the wooden paver. And the answer that I gave was a very I I said that it was because I like to have the machine be reusable, which is not technically incorrect. Um, However, Snark's comment there is, I think, much more what you were getting at as to the mechanics of how it all works. In that, grabbing the concrete paver does the exact same thing that were to happen. Mm, almost the exact same thing that were to happen. Uh, the difference between grabbing the wood slab paver and the concrete paver, especially playing on this like a Switch or console, is that the wood slab paver is a smaller item to try and grab when doing your jump trick. So I find the square concrete paver is a larger target. So that's the other reason why we have it set up like this. But aside from that, it does the exact same thing. Because when you perform your item cancellation with the concrete paver here, it primes both the concrete paver here and the wooden paver here, um, both for a sync. Exactly. For all intents and purposes, well, that wood slab paver is placed on the square concrete paver. For all intents and purposes, they are the same surface as far as the system is concerned. So when you perform an item cancellation with this item, it performs an item cancellation for the entire uh, chain of items. And in the same vein, if you were to have, let's just for argument's sake, there, actually, this is better just because it's smaller. So, because this wood slab paver here is anchored to this wood slab paver, and then this wood slab paver is placed on this concrete paver, if we were to then sink or float this concrete paver, because this entire system of items is, or this entire chain of items is all connected. When we perform an item cancellation, wherever we go, however we move this square concrete paver, whatever we place on either of these two items it will be sent. So this is where we get into things like repetitious floats, or things like stairs or whatnot. Palthic fridge. Okay, so for that one, the floor. But on jump grabbing, yeah, I don't even really want to get into rotational floating yet. I'm going to turn it on its side. Of course you do. Of course you do. It's all good. Um, Not entirely, or not necessarily, anyway. Um, it depends on, it all depends on really what your end goal is in all of this. Because, like, if your end goal, I mean, for starters, yeah, you're definitely going to need some kind of shelf. Uh, if you are just trying to turn the Paltech fridge on its side, is you can do that. So it can just be placed on a floor, just like that. And so, since we know that it can be placed on a floor just like that, instead of doing any weird rotational floating nonsense, we can kind of see where the middle of that is, see where the top of it is. So there's our marker. So it looks about like that's where we want to move our crate to. Crates can sometimes be a bit temperamental. If you do have issues with crates jumping around on you, group select literally anything that's not a builder's item. And then just eyeball it with your paver. The or actually, if I used my noggin, we would put something on top that is the same dimension as our crate. Uh, so I'm not. I I did go over it rather quickly, so I'll mention it again. So in your gamepad settings, there should be the camera X and camera Y sensitivity. So turning those all the way down, and you can turn them all the way down to like 1 if you're really having problems. Just yeah, this is what your camera is going to look like on 1 sensitivity, just to warn you. Well, this is why they call it trial and error. They don't call it trial and perfection. But yeah, for for the most part, that is how I do things. Is I literally just keep keep you know throwing effort at that wall until the wall gives way. Because I'm stubborn and I have time. And now, if you want the floor to not be visible, which is is a is something I get very often, is kind of dragon, ugly floor, and then just like, yeah, I get it, ugly floor, yeah, super ugly. So it's just a matter of hiding the ugly floor. Theoretically, actually no. Probably should put another paver for a bit more height. So 3 pavers for height, and then just perform that sync. That works too. So I'm not sure if you were wanting to put this on a. Yeah, yeah. Mm, You could do it, but it'd be like putting a bump on a ham. Also, that's a really cute premise. Mm. But definitely gonna be a lot of work, I will say. But you know, the more work something is, the more worth it is when it's done. If that makes sense. Oh, jeez. And as long as you're entering into it with that mindset, I think you'll be fine. Uh, just I will caution you, being a fellow connoisseur of problem solving, it can get taxing after a while, so pace yourself. It is way too easy to burn yourself out. Oh, I'm may or may not be recovering from burnout myself. I didn't realize it until like way too late. But yeah, the neurodivergent struggle. Yeah, I. Jeez. Dang it, wrong button. I'm not sure. No, I can't really say that I've gotten to where. I mean, I'm trying. I I took a I did take a break from like streaming at least, and I've been um taking a taking it easy as far as like tutorials goes for or no, it was the fact that I haven't been able to do tutorials was what made me realize that I had burnout, and so still trying to figure out how to fully articulate a proper thought. Jeez. But yeah, I think for me, possibly it's been like lack of inspiration, maybe. that makes sense. Although it's hard to say that without it sounding like an excuse. Like some diva. Themed build. What's that? Oh, okay. Cool. I think I did do something like that. Kind I mean, kind of. It was it was a Valentine's Day thing. Oh heck. Yeah, it was pretty fun. And it's definitely got my I don't know. I think that I remember correctly the limitations were like uh had to decorate a conservatory for I think it was for date night. And so like uh I got like a plush stand-in for me and my boyfriend. But it was pretty fun. Anyway, I should have just done this as one piece. I mean, conceptually, it looks pretty sharp. Just, ignore that corner right there. Internal screams. Well, learning on the computer will require much less effort than learning on a console. I mean, you can, but why? But, and I say this with love, why would you? Because you're just making your life more difficult. And especially when, as I've demonstrated, the solo float mechanic does not function with a controller. At least on PC. So, I mean, you can by all means. I wouldn't. I mean, it's days of never catching a bug. Yeah, exactly. When I'm out playing on my Switch, I don't even try that, and I like see a bug, I'm just like, eh. I tried fishing. I don't know. I tried fishing several times. But yeah. Night Drake Lance. Thanks as always for hanging out with us. Hope you have a good sleep. Shoot. Oh wait. So when you say you can basically use any item in the chain. Lila, okay. Um, she's basically using, yeah, yes. if I'm understanding what you're saying, yes, exactly. Um, and let me see if I can come up with actually. Let me see if I can find an example of what you're describing because like what you've seen me do here so far is like one kind of floating that is yeah, and it's very I like the term creative chaining. I really do. Mainly because it kind of reminds me of knitting. And uh so and it's actually very interesting that you mention yeah, exactly. Item knitting. And it is very interesting that you mention Lila because she helped me with the frame for this piece um, because the frame that we did for this piece we did using some uh, something that I can't remember which one of us. I think she was the one that equated it to knitting in the round, and then I just started calling it that. I was just like, yeah, we're basically gonna just like knit these butterflies in the round. So, and basically, um, that's that's what this entire uh, so if we like move this, there's like uh, the the load bearing dessert plates that are in there. Oh yeah, and which is fantastic because she um yeah, she does amazing work and definitely a long time coming. I feel like her and I might have mentioned. Anyways, but yeah, so load bearing dessert plate, it fires off to like the butterfly that I think it's that one. Yeah, there's the sucker that's holding up the entire structure. That one little guy right there. He's trying so hard. um, but yeah, so uh, and like the documentation of all of this, like I mentioned. Oh, sorry, the ad's coming. I'm gonna switch to the be right back screen. Sorry, I'll mention when we're done. All right, and also welcome on. I realize that you've probably been here before, Miss Stacy, but welcome to First Time Chatter. Grants. Tiny reminder that if you need any, or if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Currently, we are talking about item cancellations and uh, floating, sinking, all that good stuff. Right. Oh, this is actually for a tiny tangent. Uh, Earlier when I was talking about the two-person float, which that one's inside of another item. I have, here we go. There's the barrel, that's the anchor, but that's the two-person float that I was talking about earlier, where you just move it and then the other person places where the item used to be. But it basically just functions the exact same as item cancellation does. And there we go. This is the one that I wanted to show because you asked about using items as a part of builds, and you cited Lila's sewing machine, and this is one that I made like forever and a day ago. That sorry, that it's not as refined as Lila's is, but it definitely uses the same concepts that Lila's does, in that it uses uh, float techniques to create the structure. But as you can see, our anchor, which is a gourmet cutting board, instead of being somewhere out of the way, it's just a part of the machine. Which is something I more often than not try to do. I mean, obviously there are some times where I just use a paver and I call it a day, because it's not really a good option. Or in this case, gourmet dinner plate. Actually, I think, yeah, no. I think we did have pavers when I made this. Did we? Oh, who Who remembers? But then we just come over to the new model. I just used a paver because yeah, it all comes down to the amount of effort that you want to put in to something. Um, what's ah here's another item that I technically did use floating for. Just can't quite recall what's floating where again. I think there's a dessert plate somewhere, but the dessert plate piles are supposed to be little wheels. Thank you. I think of other instances. I mean, the arch here is done using something called, um, I mean, it's something called a float arch. So if you just kind of go into the bushes here, there is a Winterlight's red present off of, I believe that's a dessert plate pile. And yeah. Oh, the front stairs are all done using sinking. So they're um, there we go. They're all one complete piece. Nope, sure don't. I think. How did I do it? Um, I went. Actually, I see if I can. Do we have any Paltec coffee tables? We do. So Paltec coffee tables are a fun item to play with. They really are. And the reason for that is that, unlike most tables, they're a stackable item. And then along with that, you can get them in really nice and close. So, because of those two things, we don't really need to do, or I didn't really need to do anything too crazy to make the thing I just showed everybody at the other plot. Also, Lady Star, thank you so much for the follow. I think the craziest part of like the stairs that I just showed everybody uh, were like where you make like the first step that goes into the second one. Because the second one is just one that's sitting on the ground. But yeah, so you just go down and over like this. Place one on top. And then the way that I did the double, because remember that they go one and then two and then down, down. When I had it all laid out like this, I went, line it up. And then and we only have three. Pretty much. Pavers are useful, just you don't always need them. Same with the cup. It's great, you just don't always need it. The cup is good, the cup is great, you don't always need the cup. Doesn't even need to be the cup. Hey, it's back. Let's get rid of it. There we go. No idea what it even. Don't even. I don't know what it was. I don't know where it came from. I genuinely don't care. It's gone now. Ah. Um. Here, let's do that last bit again. Ah, sugar. Of course. There we go. Now, in this instance, don't entirely throw, the baby out with the bathwater, or I guess the pavers out with the bathwater, because we can still use them for that bottom step. And then we just turn it around. This where it gets a bit awkward though. Mainly just for this bit, because we're going to need to do an item cancellation over here. And then match it up right. Remember, we're matching it up right there. Perform our item cancellation. Okay, this is gonna bug me. Need resolution. Okay. Oh, please. There we go. Ooh. Everything's fine. We have our cute little metallic bridge. And then if we wanted to, we could put a little railing on it. If we wanted to. Yeah, I should just nice, but do I really need it? No, I don't. I'm turning into a Palian hoarder. My plots. Like, no joke. Oh my gosh. Could you note? Okay. Enjoy, Levy. Man, such a like tangent. This is why I tell people to try to not worry about distracting me because I distract myself more than enough. Fiddlesticks. There. Now we have a bridge with little railings and everything. Oh my gosh. Uh, Right. That's what we were doing before that. Hmm. Which. Wait, no. Let's see how this goes. I mean, kinda. Oh, Lady Star, thank you so much for the Prime subscription. As the alert box should have popped up with, I realize you only get one, and thank you so much for giving it to me. Hmm. Hey, welcome on into chat, Lady Star, as well. How's your day going? Oh, which, yeah, still looks heinous. Okay. New plan. New crackpot scheme. No idea if it's gonna work. Probably not, but who knows? We use the crate. No, I feel like that won't work. Dang it. Or maybe. Mm. So for starters, we need to do this. Not that button. That button. Okay. The internal screams are getting louder. Mm. um, Thank you so much. I always really appreciate it uh, when people pop in. And since you're here, if there's anything, in addition to what you found on the YouTube channel that I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. That's the main purpose for the streaming is so I can provide uh, you know do real-time demonstrations. I swear. Some days. It's really hard to feel, or it takes like active effort to try or to like to not feel like S6 isn't actively working against me because those are intrusive thoughts and, you know, not rational thinking, right? I mean, come on, they have better things to do. 344. Wait. Actually, before we go any further with this nonsense, I should check the size of it in relation to like other things. That was definitely the right call. Because this is getting okay. Ugh. Maybe we should just go for something a bit more simplistic. I don't want to be basic. Wah. uh, Shush. Just pretend like none of you heard that. Everyone's just like, we all heard it, Dragon. We all heard it. I'm just like, great. Okay. If memory serves. I'm just kidding. What's this memory you speak of? Not bad. There's a rug. Just like I knew I had a rug somewhere. Fiddlesticks. Which after making one of the newer recipes, I think I saw that like I might be wrong, but having like a like two stove or up to three stoves. What recipe was that we were doing? It was veggie no, or maybe yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it might have been the veggie chili. It just seemed to have so many things, which really sucks because I would love to have a chili party if people would be down for that. Oh, fire away, honey. How can I help? Mm-hmm. So I, yeah, you don't. Let me explain. Um, so is this someone's work that they described and that they said specifically that they used a paver for starters? Is that actually would alter my answer actually. Wait, what? You can do that now? That's a thing? Can you send me the username so I can go see this nonsense? Danke. Um, because aside from that, I can tell you how I would do it. And in a nutshell, if you don't. I mean, you could, but I wouldn't because you could, but it would involve flicking and bleh. Do I have any ranchos? Oh, I do. How lovely. How lovely for that. Okay. Since we are on my Magic Market plot, we're gonna do them in blue. I hope you don't mind. That's a name. Holy. Like, I mean, for starters, no judgment. All Phoenix's children. Oh, Panda did a video too. Like of how to make it, or of just like a walkthrough. Touring? Ah, okay. Ain't no dragon got time for that. But let's go see these things. Sorry. For those unfamiliar with the movie Easy A, that's a paraphrasing from a line from it. All God's children. I was gay once. That is really clever. To the point where I'm kind of miffed that I didn't think of it. But yeah, 100% baby girl. You want number 3? I give you number 3. Especially since, since we're pinching part of your design here. That's nice. All right. So you said here, and I can press G. Oh. So that is why do you gotta do me like that? So yeah, it does look like they used um I mean, either they're like god tier at rotational floating, which I doubt it, um, or um, they they did obstacle flicking. Although that, I mean, with specifically with the lanterns, because the lanterns, like if like obstacle flicking can only be done by the person, so the whole plot help, or so the person helped with the whole plot. Interesting. Okay. Ah, that's cute. Magic Market Lantern. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. The cage. I'm guessing drunk jail? Horny jail? Um, we have self-care break. We'll, anyways, we got kind of our answer. So I will, yeah, do the thing, then do the other thing. Wait, what? I do not have a plot up. Thank you very much. What? Okay. Do not hit go home when you're in the G thing. It puts you into a very bad state. Exit that viewer thing. Yeah. Anyways. Hmm. Uh, Lila. Let me find her the link to her channel. I'm subscribed to her, so here we go. Yeah, she has a lot of really cute tutorials that she's put up lately. Hmm. Wow. I didn't realize I didn't think that they would actually like announce the person, but Congrats to Leah H. Um, but Lady Star, I just shared Lila's tutorial. And Tabitha Zelda, thank you so much. Oh, it could be because I was just a little bit too far from my mic. My mic is so bad. It's on my. I've been saving up for a new one. Uh, uh, but things keep coming up. Anywho, yeah. As long as I like, as long as I'm basically like French kissing my mic, uh, it's people can hear me pretty well. But yeah, yeah. There's no in between. Okay, so we were gonna try and make some of those floating lanterns. Now, on the plot, it said that she was using, or hmm, that they were using wooden slab pavers. Oh, come on. There we go. Basically, just want to get it so we can place it up on our shelf, but away from the shelf. So basically, I'm going to show the way that they probably used, which was using something called obstacle flicking. Hopefully, it actually decides to work. Yep. Uh, wait. Oh no. Uh, Lady Adonis. It was Lila, which uh, I just realized that since you probably couldn't hear me because my mic was too quiet, that was the link that I posted. Or no, you did say thank you, so you probably either heard me or figured that out. So, yeah. Anywho, moving on. All good. So though, for anyone that is unfamiliar with obstacle flicking, it is unfortunately a PC only glitch. I very much apologize to anyone that is playing on console, but fret not. I will be showing how we can make this on console. So from the look of it, since they had one that was upside down, but their paver was flat, they probably did place one like this. However, before doing that, they probably did a tiny sink. We're just going to aim for the center, and we're going to hope this works. Well, of course not. So something for obstacle flicking that some other testers in the UPH glitching community have mentioned is, for starters, turning off your grid. For two, holding down your left click. But even all that sometimes doesn't work. We're going to try one more time. Yeah. Obstacle flicking just does not want to work every now and again, which is kind of why when I mentioned the potentiality that it was obstacle flicking, I kind of cringed a bit. So, we're going to do the non-obstacle flick way, which this way is cross-compatible. Though it will require a tiny bit of setup, because we are going to want a sync machine of some kind. Instead of mentioning the whole one square over nonsense, we are just going to do what we did earlier. And we are going to take one crate here. We're going to place it on top of our square concrete paver. Place another stone crate beside it. And we're going to group select the stone crate that's not on a paver. And then place that on top of another paver. If you did this correctly, you should have a little paver hovering off to the side of one paver. From here, we're just going to create a little stack of square pavers. Just enough that it pretty much covers our lamp, at least for now. We might need to add a bit more, but this is going to take some trial and error. And for this step, so we have our paver. You can either use a paver or you can use the gourmet dessert plate. Either work, just make sure it's on its side. And when it's all ready and it's on its side, we're going to drop our paver down to the ground. From our item cancellation, place our lamp up on the edge. Grab the top paver, place it back down to refresh the entire assembly. Yeah, and this is what I meant, that we are probably going to need to add a few more. However, at least in theory, if instead of the paver, we were using the dessert plate, let's try that. It's the same shtick. Still doesn't go or might go far enough. Let's try flipping it. This was part of the reason we had it placed pretty far from the shelf, and that was so we could just flip it without doing anything too egregious. It looks kind of cool, but still not entirely what we want. And we kind of get the feeling that it isn't really going to be that for either of our versions. But that's fine. We just add more pavers to our stack. And Harlan, you mentioned that you think it's 2 more? I think you might be right. At least for the dessert plate. If you're using a paver, it might need more. Just a sec. Sorry, let me back it up. The step that I forgot to mention there both times because, I'm so bad at mentioning steps. When after you place or do that first sync and then flip it around, we're going to perform our item cancellation here. And then to get the lamps out of the way, we're going to perform item cancellations on the lamps. And sorry, that is just something that is so second nature to myself. Oh, we're so close. So at this point, at least for using the dessert plate, one more paver is going to be too much. So we're probably going to use a dinner plate if we want to get that seam perfect. The dinner plate on one side. And now, of course, the question is, how do we get this friend into the air? Well, actually a little bit more simplistic than one would think, because we already have a paver here. And you just go straight up. You might have some slight placement issues. Oh, hey, look at that. Oh, you don't even have placement issues. I did say might. That being said, make sure to turn it on before you put it in the air. And then remember, if you don't want the anchor to be shown, we have our don't be suspicious bush. Ah. All right. 4:30. Getting up there. Almost at quitting time, but not quite. Part of me is so tempted to badger Lacey so much more now. Just be like, hey, so now that you're full time and not contract, can we get some actual information from the development team now? I'm just kidding. I don't think she's actually, has she? I think she responded to like one of my messages by mistake. She was just like, "Whoop, never doing that again." really should I really should have switched to this landscape so we could get quicker reloads. Theoretically. Not bad. But yeah, I'm starting to realize I probably should have decided on like the kitchen layout or layout before all of this. Oh yeah, thank you for the thank you for the compliment. And I'm really liking how it turned out. It's mostly just the interior that I am and have been struggling with. Oh, hmm. Oh, did I might have been out of the corners when I was building this, but I specifically built more. Bashy ABV. Thank you so much for the holy heck. 13 months. Ah, has it really been that long? What do you think of the walls? Well, I've been mulling over what the heck to do with this hecking kitchen. I think. Oh, you know what? And I just realized we because I have been kind of the wedding arch. I've just not been. I like it. I just don't love it. And I'm it's I think it's because um wait, what? Is this a gazebo kitchen? The kind you told me you found totally claustrophobic about 9 months ago? What? I mean, the difference being is that there's no camera zoom in. So there's no enclosed feeling in this. So there's no walls, technically. So while yes, it technically is that, it's technically made out of decor. So like these are the Magi Market arches. Um, these are the new Umbran fences. The glass ceiling is held up by uh, these posts here. So yeah, it's slightly different than the gazebo. But I do see what you're saying, and actually, that might be my problem that I'm having right now. Is that the more I build in this, the more my claustrophobia is actually kicking in, and I'm just like, why did I put walls on this thing? It was good. There were no walls. I could run in any direction. Now there's only one door. There's one way in, one way out. Oh, yeah, this is also like on a hill. Let's mention that. Um, I mean, if I was to take out a wall, I might take out this one, if only to like redo it into like a rear entrance to like some kind of back patio area or something. I don't know. It's meant to be, I mean, or not back patio, but like back rock garden esque type deal. Like the idea is that it's meant to be like a hilltop shrine thing. That's the concept, anyway. I watched a lot of anime last year where they had where I don't know what was with the anime I was watching last year where they just all seemed to have an episode where they went to a shrine, and I was just like, I'm gonna make one of those. Yeah, right. Not solid. Do not run on the covering of the Kabuki Theater. you will fall through. Mm, wanted it like way in the corner. Um, yeah, right? It's like the only item in game that I've found that gives off blue light. Oh, I know what's going on. It's the hacking building block changes. Okay, fine. Be that way. You're right. I don't know why I thought it was blue light. I think it is just because the color of the lamp is blue. And I think it's mainly my own wishful thinking. Oh, okay. Wait, is it still a hacking tabletop item? Where's the table? Of course. Because, because why would they fix that? I mean, I don't actually care. This actually works out in my favor. So here, and we're going straight back. Tiny bit. Create. All right, let's see how this went. You know what? Not bad. Okay. And I think this is actually a design that I'm gonna try and work a little bit on a little bit, well, over the weekend. Who knows? We'll see if inspiration hits me. I get the feeling this is a heckin' ground item. But of course. And of course it's hecking massive. What? What? Whatever. You know what? I think that's kind of cute. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for gifting all of those subs, Anonymous. Much, much love. Oh, you know what would make a good. Mm, or might make. Thank you, the Betty Bashy. I'm trying to. We have like a few minutes left. Calm the calamity that is your memories. Um, Fencing. There we go. We have like four. Four might be enough. Do not left click for the love of God. There we go. Okay. For me, they just do all. Is that really the only place that can accept a. No. I mean, you know what? That could still work. There we go. And up we go. Okay. Take it back. Let's just do it double. Or no. Yeah, let's do it double because we only use one item. And it's going to look the same as a hacking single. Or as two singles. And there is the alarm. Telling me to close up shop. But let's just do this last plot reload. So we can check out what this looks like. Yeah. There we go. That one piece. That one piece. Now it's seemingly inconsequential, but that one piece instead of the wedding arch, A, makes the entrance feel much more open, and B, really brings it all into a full circle. It was like that one thing that was really making my brain itch. So, yeah. Whew. Two hype trains in one day. You guys are, I love you guys. All right, but on that note, let's find somebody to raid into, everybody. Much love. I hope everyone has a fantastic week. Sorry. Keep forgetting. I keep moving away from the gosh darn mic. I hope everyone has a fantastic week. And you are so welcome, Harlan. We actually had a lot of questions today, which is fantastic. Definitely the streams that I prefer. Hey, Widget's on. Let's go bug Widget. Looks like she's decorating. Ooh. She definitely, she looks like she's up to some cool stuff. But yeah, Widget is super sweet. She's our lovely mermaid cohort. To that raid button. But of course, before I let everyone go, just that little reminder that I end every stream with, that I have been and I always will be a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams, and I will always hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please keep your dreams just as big. Because, you know, even though the world might make you sometimes feel tiny, it doesn't mean your dreams cannot be titanic. Love you guys, and I'll see you guys in the future. Much love.